occurs at the reflective level. Yes. Today nobody is talking. I'll be forced to mention names. So okay. So reflective level means that the instructional process is centered on prompting learners to engage in deep, thoughtful, reflective on their experiences and their knowledge. If we say that teaching happens at the reflective level, it means that the teacher will prompt the learners to engage in deep, thoughtful reflection on their experiences and their knowledge. So, if you can remember, last week I told you that the standard-based curriculum emphasize on us linking our topics to relevant situations that happen in the life of learners. So as a teacher, you go to class and you give examples that learners can relate to. You go to class, you are supposed to teach, you link whatever that you are teaching to what the learners are exposed to. So in the laissez-faire perspective of teaching, it says that you would lead the learners to engage in deep, thoughtful reflection on their experiences and their knowledge. When you go to class, you see that some of these students have experiences in what you are going to teach. In the laissez-faire, you leave it for them to think about it. Let's say you illustrate the theory of demand in the class, maybe in a role play. Now they've seen that when you go to the market and then the prices are high, you will buy less. This is an example. Now you don't, they have seen in the role play. What do they think about it? You leave them for them to use their cognitive sense, for them to be able to understand the concepts, for them to come out with their own definition. And then you have them to do a proper reflection. Reflection is about events that have happened that you sit down to ponder over that event. So as a student, if you did a role play in a class showing the law of demand, now the students they have already had an encounter with you. As a teacher, do not in any case give them the definition. You will leave it for them, for the student to think about whatever that you've shown them. Now they will think about it and they reflect on their experiences too. So if we say that teaching occurs at the reflective level, we mean that everything that is going to happen in the class, it is engage in a deep thinking of the instruction that you've given to them.
Madam,
Hello.
madam, please, your line is breaking. It go off and on.
Really?
Yes, please. And your screen is not coming.
Hello.
Madam,
Can you hear me now?
yes.
Okay, please.
Please, your screen is not coming.
Yes, please. They have to, okay. Give me a few minutes so that I can share my screen with you, okay?
Yes, please.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Teachers are the reflection. If you go to a class and you want your student to get the law of demand, you can use role play. Role play is very effective. When you use role play, now the students will sit down. They have encountered this in the marketplace before. They've seen that sometimes when they go to the market and the prices are high, they had to buy low. So you leave the learners to reflect on their experiences, to engage in deep thinking, to reflect on the experiences. You have to deeply think about the concept before now you reflect on it. So at the teaching occurs at the reflective learners. According to the laissez-faire means that teaching, the teacher does not go to class to give learners the concept. The demonstrating or illustrating concept to them. Now you leave the learners to engage in their own thoughtful thinking about the concept you've given to them. Now it says the second point also says that both teacher and learners are active participants. Both teachers and learners are active participants. This one I'm leaving for you to explain it. Yes. They said both teacher and learners are active participants. How do we understand this? Okay. Is there any hand up?
Yes, please.
Okay, please talk. Moses.
Madam, please. I think both the teacher and then the learners, they play active role in the teaching and learning process.
Okay. Moses, you just said my point and you muted yourself. That's the point I gave to you. So you should give us an example or tell us how they actively participate in the lesson.
Oh, okay. Doc, I will say that the teacher will present whatever the learners are to learn. And then after presenting it, maybe the topic that they are to learn, the teacher will present it. And then whatever information or the little information that the learners need, the teacher will provide. After which the learners will also come in with their suggestions, their questions and discussions. So that whilst the teacher is taking part of the activities, the learners will also take part. That is what I mean, both of them taking active role in the teaching learning process.
Wow, thank you, Moses. I saw Ochre. Ochre. Yes, Ochre.
I think here the teacher serves as a just facilitator. He gives
Okay.
learners opportunity to express what they know about the said topic, and that will help the learners to, partake or participate in the teaching and learning process.
Okay. Thank you. Peter Oredu.
Yes, please, madam. Mine is active participants of learners and teachers. For example, if you give a method of brainstorming in a class, like you give a topic and you allow the kids to come out with their what they know about the topic, then at the end, you, the teacher, you guide them to identify the correct ones of the ideas that they've brought, and therefore the learning process also continue from there. So you guide them as they bring their ideas, you lay them on the board, then at the end you select the one that suits the topic that you've brought in the class. That makes you, the teacher, and the learner being actively involved in the lesson process.
Wow, Peter, you've done really well. Thank you. Ernest. Ernest. Ernest, are you on the line? Unmute yourself and talk. Okay. Dauda.
Yes, madam. I think what you just like my brother Peter has said, with teacher and learner both actively involved in the process, it means that, or participating in the process, it means that the teacher uses varied teaching methods here. It could be the questioning, the group, or the brainstorming. So people are allowed some time to reflect on whatever it is that they are discussing and bring back their responses, to which the teacher assists them to better, analyze things in a proper perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Then Ajua Sally.
Okay, madam, I think in this situation, the teacher puts the topic on the floor for learners to participate or for learners to discuss about it. And the teacher solely comes in as and when his assistance is needed.
Okay. Thank you, Ajua. Prosper. Prosper.
Yeah, thank you, Doc. Please, with the laissez-faire perspective of teaching, it mostly dwell on availability of teaching learning resources. That is where the teacher and the learners take active part in the lesson. So when the materials are made available, the teacher acts as a facilitator. He moves around. Whenever the learners need his attention, he will draw. He also do corrections. And moreover, teaching and learning normally dwells on their relevant previous lessons, so that they also see the relevance of the lesson that is being taught, and they all take active part in the lesson since they know the essence or the relevance of the lesson that are being taught. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to you all. So whatever that everyone said is correct. It's very correct. But I would love to touch on one or two things. So they said both teacher and learners are active participants. I think Peter mentioned something like that. So in the classroom, now if you serve as a guiding agent, it doesn't mean your views are muted. It doesn't mean that you don't get the time to contribute to the class. No. It means that, as we said, you leave the learners to think about the concept, to reflect on their experiences. And learners can be very wild. As they are reflecting, they will be coming up with concepts that do not align with your objectives, concepts that are not even the real definitions to the topic that you are even teaching them. As I said, let's say using teaching the law of demand. Teaching the law of demand. You could see that some of the learners in their homes, when the prices are high, that's when they buy more. If their parents are they are going to buy phones or anything, they want the most expensive ones. So if you leave for them, because they don't know that all other things are being held constant. Now, if you leave them for them to think about these definitions, they will come up with a law that, at higher prices, the higher the demand, whilst that is not it. So you as a teacher, you are also active in a sense that you guide them. Where you are supposed to come in, you come in and then shape them to where you want them to go to. So now learners are actively engaged in the lesson. You, the teacher, too, you're actively engaged in the lesson because you don't leave them for them to do things on their own. And someone made a comment that it mostly relies on the teaching and learning resources. Yes, in a class, as a teacher, you should have teaching and learning resources in the class, but it does not solely rely on that. Somebody can use brainstorming in the class, and students are actively engaged. Now the teacher will come and then also aligns them to where he wants them to be, what he wants them to get. So it is not only, it does not solely rely on the teaching and learning resources, but the teaching and learning resources play a vital role in the affair perspective of teaching, because it helps the learners to reflect very well in their thinking. It helps them to reflect very well on their experiences. It helps them to really link with their environment easily because they see things that are very common to them. They don't see things that are really far from them. So the teaching and the teaching resources are vital in the laissez-faire, but the laissez-faire reflective perspective does not solely depend on the resources. Please give. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes, please.
please. Please.
Okay. There is a different
Please.
link for us to have the class. Some of your colleagues are on a different link. So please, who is the coach? Is Lawrence on the line? He's not here. Please, do you have a platform? I want someone to post the link on the platform so that all of you can join.
Please, this link was posted on the platform already, so we joined through from the platform. So I don't know maybe where they got the other link from.
Madam, please, this one is given to us from
Good
the main,
morning.
WhatsApp group.
Sorry, I'm so sorry to
This link
interrupt your class. This link is supposed to be for UCC Center, right? Or
for online
Please, it's for
sentences.
all
Yes, please.
centers. This one is for all centers.
No, for
Okay,
online centers
online
only.
sentence.
Online centers.
Okay.
Hello.
get it,
Hello,
get
please.
it.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
please.
Yeah.
Please.
So I was
Yeah.
Most, please,
trying
can
This.
you
to
mute
join
yourself?
for the UCC Center, and it just brings me back to this particular class, and that's why I was asking if it's for all centers or just for UCC Center.
Okay, I think Doc drew my attention to the fact that I have to send a different link to them. So I'll send that link to them so that you will join the online center.
So am I supposed to wait on this one so that you guys join another link or what?
Oh, I don't know
Doc,
if
please.
some of yeah.
This link is for UCC Center.
Yeah,
And
UCC online.
yes,
Yes.
please.
Yeah,
Please,
UCC
it's for
online. So
online
this one is
centers.
not just for the online or online centers. It's for
Yes.
UCC.
Okay,
Please.
thank you.
Today, all the centers are doing online. They have specific sites.
Yeah, so
So
I'm
this one
talking
is for
about
UCC.
yes,
Hello.
UCC center.
No, please check very well. This
Because
is rather for all online centers. UCC online is the second link on the page. The
please
first link
listen.
is for all online centers.
All
I
right,
mean,
all
for
right,
it.
all right,
I want
all right. Yeah, it's fine. So you point well noted.
Hello.
Hello. I think the madam is gone, right?
Okay. Since
Good morning to you all.
good morning, madam.
Good morning, madam.
Okay. I hope we are all fine.
By God's grace, we are.
Okay, thank God. Yeah, so I think I mistakenly joined a different class. It's Lawrence
Please,
here.
madam, please, this is where you were previously.
Then this is my link.
This is your link.
Yes.
This is your link because it is for online centers, not UCC online. The first, if you check on the page, the one sent to us, all online center is the first one. UCC is the second one.
Okay.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay. But why is Lawrence and the others? Why are they? They didn't join today. Okay. In fact, I'll take roll call today. So tell them that I'll take roll call if they don't join the class. So we were on, let me share my screen with you. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
No, madam.
Can you see now?
No, madam.
No, madam.
Hey, you will off your camera.
Please, have they started?
I know that.
I'm only asking whether they have started because I'm not hearing anything.
Oh yeah, but at the moment she's trying to share the screen with us. So for him, at the moment she's not talking.
Okay, thank you.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, please, we can see you.
Madam.
Yes, please.
Okay, please. So let's continue from where we stopped. So we got to both teacher and learners are active participants. So the next thing that the laissez-faire perspective of teaching also talks about is that learners are encouraged to think deeply and independently. This one, everyone is going to talk. I'm going to mention your name, then you start talking. Because we've said that even in the previous point that I mentioned. So learners are encouraged to think deeply and independently. How do you understand this in the laissez-faire perspective of teaching? As a teacher, how do you understand this? Yeah, Sedinam.
Madam, what I understand by this is that the learners, because it is reflective and they already have a bit of previous knowledge about something, they are able to think about it by themselves. They do not need extra motivation or extra assistance to be able to think about what is on the table to be discussed. And so they are able to come up with independent ideas from based on what they already know. That's what I can say about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sedinam. Yes. Okay, Ochi Isaac.
So, madam, with this method, you can group them or you can use think per share method. You can allow the students or the learners to think about the said topic so that they can voice out what they know about the questions or the topic.
Okay, thank you. Any other?
Hello, please, madam. With
Mm-hmm.
this, I think the learners are given the opportunity to think and give out what their understanding about the topic is all about, so that you give the learners the opportunity, like a brainstorming kind of teaching method, for them to bring out their views on what or how they understand the topic, which is to be learned. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm taking notice of all those that's talk in class. Okay, so it's very
Can I also talk?
yeah, John, you can also talk.
Even though I'm a little bit lazy, but let me bring what I have. About with the laissez-faire, since the teacher allowed the children to think, pair, and share, it gives them the opportunity to be able to come out with their own ideas about the particular topic being given to them. So the children would think, yes. Madam, can you hear me? Hello. Hey, what? Hello,
It's
madam.
breaking.
It's breaking.
I can hear you clearly, yes.
I was saying that with the laissez-faire, the children are allowed to think, pair, and share. So with this, when a topic is given to them, as they are in groups, they'll be able to think for themselves and share ideas of whatever that they came out with.
John, I didn't get all your concepts well, but let's continue.
Yes.
I could.
Madam, you can't hear me.
It's like your line is breaking.
Yes, I guess my network here is not.
Okay, but I got what you said. You talk about the thing per share, right? Well, okay, thank you.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you too.
Okay, Anderson.
Yes,
Anderson.
madam.
Yeah.
Yes, madam. Please, with the laissez-faire, I understand that learners are given the freedom to think, ask questions, and solve problems on their own. And the teacher only guides and supports. The teacher only guides and support instead of controlling everything. So this helps learners to develop independent and critical thinking skills.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's enough.
So the teacher creates challenges that require students to use their own reasoning and creativity.
Yes. Hello. Esinam.
Hello, madam, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so I said the teacher creates challenges that require students to use their own reasoning and creativity.
Okay. Okay, sure. Is that all? Any other? Or I should mention name? Should I mention names?
Yes.
John is saying yes, so I'm pushed to mention names. Okay, Ebenezer.
Yeah, madam, good morning.
Good morning.
I think with the laissez method, since in the classroom, the learning capabilities of the students are different. And so when you allow the students to um, come out with their own understanding of the issue or the topic that you are treating, the laissez method rather helps them to get a more deeper understanding of what you are learning. And then it also helps the teacher to know whether the children understanding the topic under discussion more than the other method.
Sure. That's amazing. I can see Janet Kumsin. Janet Kumsin. Unmute yourself and tell us what you think about this point. Learners are encouraged to think deeply and independently. Equa blessing. Okay, so let's continue. So as you all said, learners are encouraged to think deeply and independently. So as I said, out to them, they will think about it and they will think about it independently. Even if you use group discussion or think per share or any other concept, the learners will think independently. Even in a group discussion, everybody is bringing their point of how they understand the concept to be. If it is think per share, and they really think. So with this, everybody is actively engaged because they are using their cognitive senses and they are doing it independently. I've not heard that one person has two people's their brain in one person's head. No. If you are thinking deeply, it means you are thinking independently. You don't consult others. You don't consult others, or you don't sort other means of getting the concept. You have to think about it and bring the concept to us as to how you understand it. The learners might be wrong, so you, the teacher, become an active agent by guiding them to what they should really stick to or what they should really know. Now, reflection builds on memory and understanding levels. Reflection builds. Yeah, Archery Isaac. Archery, unmute yourself. Okay, So we are saying that reflection builds on memory and understanding what levels. So as I said earlier on, in the laissez-faire perspective of teaching, the learners engage actively in the learning process. The learners use their cognitive senses to actively digest whatever that you want them to get. Now, at this point, it says that reflection builds on memory and understanding levels. In fact, when you go to class and then you give them, like what I said, the law of demand, they should come up, you give them a role play for them to come up with their own definition of the law of demand. Everybody will present on their understanding level and how far they were able to think deeply about the concept you showed to them. So I earlier said that reflection is an event that has happened, that you sit down and then ponder over that event. Now, reflection is built on understanding what levels, how they understood the whole concept in the market. So let's say that in this, the law of demand, now they know that when they go to the market at a higher buy more with concept in the marketplace. Whatever reflection they are going to have, it is based on that experience that they have. So as I said, that somebody in the would that
Madam, your
in my
line is
home,
breaking.
is it still breaking?
Yes, it
Can
will
you hear
break. Then
me?
when you come back, we will only get the later part. Like what you just said, the law
Wow.
of demand, it runs through the.
Okay. Give me a few minutes, okay? Let me change my location. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me
Yes,
now?
madam, we can hear you.
Okay. So as I was saying, that reflection builds upon memory and understanding levels. So I was saying that, for example, if you want your student to get the law of demand, I said that some of the students in their homes at a higher prices, that is when they tend to buy more. Others too at a higher prices, that is when they tend to buy low. So now, if a student is going to reflect, the student is going to reflect on their understanding levels in their homes. That's where their experiences are built. So I said that reflection is an event that has happened that you want to
It has started again.
Is it okay now? I don't know if it is my network, but is it okay now?
It keeps breaking. It keeps breaking.
It keeps breaking.
Yes, please.
Please, if it breaks, then you prompt me, okay, so that I'll check my network.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So as I was saying, now their reflection will build on what they have already come in hand with, or
It has break again.
experience. the law of demand. Some of the students will reflect on the definition that you gave them. That's the memory level. They will reflect on the definition that you gave them. They will reflect on some other sources that they've even learned from to come out with the law of demand. And I'm saying not all the time that would they get the answer correct. No, they are not wrong if they get the answers wrong, because they are just doing reflection on their experiences. They don't have an upper hand of what you are teaching. You just ask them to reflect on the experiences they have, or on the memory that they've built so far, on the understanding that they've built so far in the class. So now they'll give you the definitions as to how they understand the concepts. So the self-reflection is built upon memory and then understanding what levels. So that is it. Now, the next point is that teaching is highly thoughtful and a flexible activity. This one, everybody is going to talk. Teaching is highly thoughtful and a flexible activity. Yes, everyone should speak on this, because we've already talked about this in our previous, I think even on the democratic perspective of teaching, we spoke about highly thoughtful and then highly thoughtful, but we didn't speak on the flexible activity. Highly thoughtful. If they are saying that teaching is highly thoughtful, and then you have a flexible activity, how do you understand this in the reflective perspective of teaching? Hey, okay, let me mention Ibrahim Mohammed. Ibrahim Mohammed. Ibrahim Mohammed. Okay.
Hello?
Yes, Ibrahim.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
The network is breaking.
Yeah, we can hear you. Speak.
Okay.
Ibrahim, unmute yourself. Ibrahim. Okay, John. John, do you want to speak?
Dauda is there. Let Dauda talk.
Hello?
Yeah, Ibrahim. Okay, so nobody is speaking.
Madam.
Yes, Clara.
Yes, please, I would say teaching is highly thoughtful because the teacher plans whatever he or she will teach in the classroom.
Thank you, Clara.
Madam.
Yes, now.
I would say it is flexible because the teacher allows for active participation of the learners. Everybody is involved, both the teacher and then the learners. And so everybody gets to bring up something. So then you are pushed to think more because you don't know as and when your input would be needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, John.
Yeah, since we said teaching is highly thoughtful and flexible activities, as the teacher sit down and plan the lesson well, he or she will be able to get a flexible activity that the children will be able to participate or to to, let me put it this way, he or she will be able to get an activity that will be in line with the topic that he or she is going to teach. So that while the children are thinking about the activity, they are already getting the understanding of the topic.
Wow, John, you've done really well. Thank you,
Hello,
John.
hello,
Okay,
madam.
Linda. Yes.
We say it is thoughtful because the teacher will engage the learners in activities that will help them to think deeply, analyze, reason, and come out with their own meaning. And it is flexible because learners using the brainstorming method, learners can think differently, bring out their own ideas. No idea is wrong. So they can come out different with different ideas.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Any other?
Hello, madam.
Yeah, Meshach.
Okay. Teaching is flexible because unlike the authoritarian perspective of teaching, where teaching is rigid and then fixed, in this perspective, teaching must involve critical thinking and adjustment of method to help learners understand and achieve the learning goals.
Wow. Thank you. Kofi.
Madam, please, I would say that teaching is thoughtful and flexible because the teacher will take the learners' thinking, their ideas and everything in perspective. And in an event, the way he or she is going, it's not really bringing out the understanding of the student. He or she will tend to change it to suit that particular situation. So that is where the flexible also come in. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Okay, so whatever that they said is correct. Because I'm saying that, please be taking note, not from whatever I say that is final. No, when I say somebody's definition is correct, you can write those definitions down. So it's very true. Teaching is highly thoughtful. It is not easy as a teacher to come out with this teaching and learning resources. One, to come up with appropriate teaching method for your students, planning your lesson, going to class. You have to really think about it. You have to really know that what I'm going to present, does it really align with whatever that I'm going to give I want the student to think about. Sometimes you see somebody doing a role play and you don't even know what, like, you can't relate to any concept. It means that the teacher did not have the right teaching method for the right concept. Now, learners find it even difficult to, one, think deeply about it, two, even reflect on their experiences. So in this concept, so that teaching is very thoughtful. You must be very thoughtful of whatever they are going to teach your students. You must sit down to know that does this appropriately aligns with whatever that I'm going to, I want them to get at the end of the class. And then it is a flexible, okay, John, your hand is up. John, unmute yourself.
I wanted you to finish, then I'll bring something out. That is why I raised my hand first. So I'll
Is
still
it
leave
a
my hand.
question or a question?
Based
Is
on
it a
what you are just
question or
explaining.
is it
I
a
said based
question or
on
a
what we are
question?
getting. No, it's going to be like a polish up.
A polish up of
Hello,
what
madam.
I'm saying.
Or to add
Yes.
something to what you are just saying.
A contribution.
Hello.
Hello.
Good. Yes, madam.
So, okay, you bring your contribution before I continue.
Oh, like what you are saying, I'm reflecting back on what they give us, the curriculum.
Okay. On the standard-based curriculum,
When they
I
were saying
said
we
that.
should use starter for our learners, you see that the
Yes.
it was like as you are saying that you said some people will come out with an activity which is not even be in line with what they are going to teach. So I was now trying to think back, to reflect back
about
Yes.
the starter that they give to the curriculum. I'm counting one, which was only meant for all the starters. Meanwhile, if you are going to teach different things like nouns, how can you come to the class and say, I'm counting one as your starter? That is what they're reflecting me.
Okay, that's very true. So I think last week I mentioned that on the standard-based curriculum, most of the activities are already provided. But notwithstanding, we should know as teachers that we know our learners best. Okay, so when you go to a class and they give you a lesson, as John is saying, a starter that does not fit to your learners, now you, the teacher, should adjust it to your learners' need. Okay, so I'm trying to say that now the concept should be intact, but how you are going to present it to them. As he was saying, a starter can be for almost all the whole concept of demand. They will just have one starter. But you as a teacher, they said you should be very innovative, creative. So when you go to class, because in the book they said you use 1, they're also going to use no. It means your learners are not even going to get the concept in the first place to even reflect on it and come up with it. I'm not saying through the standard, that's what we are using right now, the standard-based curriculum. I'm just trying to say that you as a teacher, when you go to class and you know your learners very well, now you adjust to how your learners learn very fast. So now you should be very thoughtful about it that, oh, in the standard-based curriculum, I was given brainstorming. Do my learners really, can they really get the concepts that I want them to get through brainstorming? Now you look at it and then look at ways in which that you can attach other methods that can make the learning process very easy for them to get it. That the person has already cited an example and all those things. Is it breaking?
It was, but it has come back.
Oh, why is my network behaving like this today?
Please, we can hear you now.
So please, I said in the standard-based curriculum, the starters, all these activities are already provided in the standard-based curriculum. You as a teacher, you should know your learners very well, to the extent that if in the standard-based curriculum, your concept, according to your concept, they said use brainstorming. Maybe brainstorming might not help your learners to reflect very well on whatever that you want them to get. So with this, you don't use brainstorming. You can use the brainstorming, but you can attach other methods to it, other things that can help them to brainstorm very well, instead of leaving them just like that. Because in developing a curriculum, they do piloting. They do piloting, which is selecting some few schools to do this curriculum. It means that not all, they cannot do for every school in Ghana to see their need, to see if they even have the teaching and learning resources, in addition to facilities and everything that shows that, oh, truly, if we are using this method, everybody is going to be comfortable with it. Some of the methods are very, they don't even fit your class. They don't fit the topic that it means you as a teacher, you should adjust it in the classroom. You should make it very lively for your learners to even actively engage in the class. If you are supposed to go to it every time, that emphasize on understanding, not on just knowing concepts. So if at the end of the class your learners don't get the concept, it means teaching was not done. Teaching and learning was not done. So, John, you've done really well on bringing this topic up.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then the next point is that learners construct meaning through experience and reflection. We've touched on this. Learners construct meaning out of, I've already said that, on their experiences and on their reflection. Whatever that they've gained, how they sit down, how they understand the concept, how they reflect on their past events, learners construct meaning out of it. The next point is that this approach promotes insight, creativity, and innovation. This approach promotes insight, creativity, and innovation. How do we understand this point? Yes. This approach promotes insight, creativity, and innovation. How do we understand this as teachers? How does this approach promote insight, creativity, and innovation? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well, madam.
Okay, it's like it's only John. Is Lawrence on the line?
Yes, madam.
Lawrence, how do you understand this point?
Since the teaching method is more of laissez-faire and reflective, and learners are allowed to come out with their definitions, find their findings, and share with the class. So by doing so, I think learners are going to be more creative in trying to define their own definitions or trying to get their own findings. And when there is creativity, they are always going to bring something into existence, and that is innovation. So it's going to promote creativity, innovation, and then they are going to get the understanding of the concept that is being taught very, very well. So once they get the understanding of the concept, now the insight has been developed. That is how I understand, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Lawrence has said it all. Lawrence has said it. So I'm not going to touch on this point again. He has said everything right now. I'm going to say this on the teacher side too. If you are using this approach, it makes you to get a lot of insight from even your learners. Sometimes I said last week that sometimes you go to class, you have your own definition. By the time the learners come up with their own definition, their ideas, you are even wowed by it. It means that whatever that you have is shortened because they have a lot of ideas on whatever that you are going to even teach in the class. Apart from that too, you the teacher, you even become more creative in the class. You become very creative in the class. Now you look at ways that you can help them to come out with the definitions, things that you can do to help them. And then too, you bring innovation, you become innovative because you now tend to, whatever that you've created, you make it come into existence, which is helping your learners to get the definition very well, helping them to even relate to it very well. You can even do it in the classroom as well. Now you don't need to have textbook to start teaching and all those things. You can use all this process to be very creative, innovative, and then very visible. It helps with creativity and innovation. It helps giving you the teacher to be very insightful about lots of things. And then it encourages learners to think deeply and independently. We are moving to the next thing. We are far behind. So okay. let's move, which is the significance of the laissez-faire teaching. So now with this, the first point is that learners take greater ownership of learning. Learners take greater ownership of learning. In a classroom, you could see that if you allow learners to come out with their definition, you allow them to come out with the concept, they feel involved, they feel like their contributions are cherished. They feel like, oh, so after all the class, my contribution was added to the definition. After the class, my suggestion was added. My suggestion was just amazing. The teacher accepted my suggestion. So now learners take greater ownership of learning. The second one is that teaching supports problem solving and real life application. This one, I want us to explain it. Teaching supports problem solving and real life application. Yes, teaching supports problem solving and real life application. Kofi, how do you understand this point? Kofi, how do you understand this point? Kofi Akwa.
Madam.
Yes, how do you understand this point?
I would say that because the learners are engaged in the lesson and they have to contribute and their ideas are taken into consideration, most of the time it is easier for them to apply in their daily life. Unlike the other one that they have to be doing, the teacher will have to be doing everything him or herself. The learners don't really grasp it, but with this one, they are engaged, so they learn a lot from the learning and they are able to apply it in their life.
Okay, thank you. So that is it. Now, teaching supports problem solving and real life application. It's very true. Now, the teaching will help, since the learners are actively engaged. Now, they'll be able to solve problems themselves. If you give them any problem, they will not now go and consult books, no, because their ideas are already worth taking. Now they can solve problems. They can have problem solving skills. And then real life application, they can relate to things that happen in real life, not as a concept to them, no. The next one is that the teacher acts as a facilitator and a guide. I've already touched on this. The teacher will guide the learners to get to the point that he or she wants them to get. So you just serve as a guide. You don't serve as someone who is authoritative, that you are the sole ownership of all the knowledge that you are going to teach in class. No, you just guide them to where you want them to get. The last point is that this perspective closely reflects the standard-based curriculum, emphasis on competency-based and inquiry-driven learning. I hope we all get this. I hope we all understand this. This perspective closely reflects the standard-based curriculum, emphasis on competency-based and then inquiry-driven learning. So this, we could see that the laissez-faire is in alignment with the standard-based curriculum because one, it encourages understanding. It helps learners to inquire more. That's what they said, inquiry-driven learning. To inquire more, not just them, but for them to crack their brains, to just understand, to just come out with concepts, to just go out and then look at what is happening in real life. All these are inquiries. They go out to know that, oh, okay, now there is low, they have reduced the prices of cocoa. They ask farmers, why? Why is that they've reduced the price? Oh, the farmers will tell them, oh, government. So now the learner will come out and say, why is it that government did this? That's when they came to solve problems. So they inquire to solve problems, and then it is based on competence. It emphasizes on competency based, which is them getting the required competencies in the class. Like as I said earlier on, the problem solving skills, the critical thinking, the creativity, the innovations, all these are competencies that they gain as learners, even in the classroom. As you teach, as you guide them, they gain all these competencies in the classroom. So the significance of the laissez-faire teaching is that it aligns with the standard-based curriculum. And we could see from the democratic, it also aligns with the standard-based curriculum. And you could see that these two have something in common. And the common thing is that they don't emphasize on students just moving concept to classroom. They emphasize on understanding. They emphasize on learners actively engagement in class. And that is what the standard-based curriculum stands for. Please, at this point, any question?
No question, ma'am.
Okay, if there are no questions, we move to the next thing. So we are going to compare the three. Let me not share this. We are going to compare the three. I've already compared two already, but still, from what we learned from last week, that on the authoritarian, the democratic, and then the laissez-faire, let's compare these three. What are the things they have in common? What are the things they don't have in common? Yes, Clara. Did I see? Please unmute yourself and speak.
Okay, so with the authoritarian perspective, it is teacher-centered.
Okay.
Because the learners do not do much with that perspective. Most of the work is based on the teacher, as compared to the democratic, where the learner is much involved.
Okay.
So that is one.
Okay. You didn't add the laissez-faire to it.
So the authoritarian is teacher-centered. The teacher does most of the work, and then the democratic and the laissez-faire, they involve the learners, but the democratic is more learner-centered as compared to the authoritarian.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's good. Yes, John.
With the authoritarian aspect, while the students sit down to listen, I would say it's also good because it builds students' listening skills, because they won't make noise. All what they are trying to do is to sit down and grab whatever that the teacher is bringing out. And when we come to the democratic aspect, where the teacher is seen as the facilitator, he guides, he allowed the students to also take part in some of the problem solving in the classroom. He's giving them a role model so that they can also play. Then when we come to the laissez-faire, where most of the work is being done by the students, here then give them the leadership skills. So I would say the three of them all build them. First of all, they have to have the listening skills. After listening, they'll be able to come out with their own ideas through the democratic aspect. And when they come out with their own ideas through the democratic teaching, where the children always take they always take part small, because it's teacher-centered, it's student-centered, both teacher and students. Then when it comes to the laissez-faire, where the child is allowed to do most of the work, then build their confidence level of what he or she have learned. This is what I have to say.
Okay, thank you. So Samuel, unmute yourself. Okay, then Kofi.
Madam, please, I would say that to compare these three with the autocratic control is too strict. With the democratic, mostly teacher may lose control, but with the laissez-faire, there is a degree of control, there is a degree of kind of allowance to allow learners to participate actively.
Democratic. Teacher may lose.
You said,
Kofi,
Madam?
You were saying democratic. Touch on that point again.
So I was trying to say that with the democratic, sometimes it gets out of hand since the students are in total control. But with the laissez-faire, you see, there is a little control from the teacher and the students are also actively engaged.
Kofi.
Yes, madam.
Please, can you hear me?
Madam, we're not hearing you. It's just now.
Okay, but did you hear Kofi's points?
We heard you.
Yes.
Okay, sure. So I didn't hear Kofi's point though, but Yeli, let's continue. Yeah, Francis.
Madam, please, can I also say with the democratic aspect, the student, it improved the student listening skills. As a matter of fact, the students, they pay much attention to listen to whatever thing that the teacher is saying. Since the students are not being allowed to ask questions or the students are not active in the teaching and learning process. In this case, the students, they pay much attention to whatever thing that the teacher is saying. So can I say that
Francis, thank you. Okay. Francis, thank you.
Lawrence, mute your distance.
Laurentia. Okay, so let's continue. So as all of you said, I think somebody was saying that the authoritarian, that there is much attention because students just sit down and then they listen. Okay, that could be an advantage to the authoritarian because the students don't have a lot, they don't have a lot to say. Little. That one, it depends. The little comes in when you have questions, when you have when you are being asked to give something out. The teacher would just ask for a little suggestion from the student. So much attention is given. But with that, even with attention, most students in class, when you start teaching, as I'm lecturing, if I lecture without you getting involved in the lecture, I know vividly. Some of you leave your phones there and go and do your cooking, go and do your washing, go and do a lot of things. And then the learner might, oh, Clara, it's very true. I'm sure somebody is even doing same right now. Somebody is just doing entirely a different thing from what we are doing here. So in the class, even as a teacher in the class, if you start to use this authoritarian type of teaching, some of your learners will be sleeping at desk after the class. If you ask them, a learner can be sitting there looking at you for like 2 hours. When you ask the learner, what is the definition of the first concept you taught in class, they cannot even give you. Attention is not about somebody looking at you in the class. Attention goes way beyond that. So I think that authoritarian is not encouraged in our classrooms because we are emphasizing on the standard-based curriculum. As a teacher, you shouldn't use authoritarian type of teaching in your class. No. You should rather use democratic or laissez-faire because that actively engage learners in the class. So you in the democratic, one aspect is that you serve as a guiding help. You allow the learners to come out with their own definition. It doesn't mean that if you are guiding somebody, the person can go wayward. No, it means that if the person is going wayward, you can bring the person back on track on what you want them to get. So if you are comparing these three, there should be a clear comparison. So if most of the time the laissez-faire and then the democratic have similar characteristics, which is what somebody said, actively engagement of learners in the learning, problem solving, real life application. These are all things that and they have.
Hello, madam.
We are moving to the next
Madam.
one. Yes, please.
So can we say
Yes,
that
Clara.
the authoritarian is teacher-centered, whilst the other two are learner-centered?
Yes, that's what
No.
somebody even said. Very true,
Okay.
Clara, very true. So the authoritarian is teacher-centered. Please, can I finish?
So, madam.
The teacher does. John, can I finish? The teacher
Yes, please,
does
you can finish.
most of the activity in class. The teacher does it. The teacher teaches. He does everything. Like I said, the only time the learners will come in is when they have a question. The teacher does most of the activity in class. So, John, you can unmute yourself.
Madam, I'm still thinking of, I'm just thinking about the type of classes that we teach with these three methods, the laissez-faire, the autocratic, and then the democratic aspect. Can we apply these methods to all class levels?
Okay, that's a good question.
That is my question.
Okay, so the question is to the whole class. Can we apply this? Which one? Is it the 3 or the 2?
I mean, the democratic and the laissez-faire.
Because right now our curriculum just supports just the democratic and then the laissez-faire. So if we are going to talk about how if we can apply it in the classroom. So please, the question is to the whole class. Can we apply this to all levels, to all classes? Yes.
I think we can apply this to all classes.
Yes.
Okay. Your reasons, how can we apply this to all classes?
So no matter the level of the learners, they always have something in mind. Because of technology and access to a lot of information, you'd be surprised the things the learners know. And so if you go to the class and then you decide to use the democratic perspective, you encourage them to bring out what they know. So you help them to learn and then unlearn. Same with the reflective perspective. They have some bit of knowledge from their previous activities. And so if you use that approach in the class, you give them the chance to bring out what they know. And so I think we can use both democratic and then the reflective perspective in all classes, from early childhood all the way upwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, somebody was also speaking.
Madam, please, she has said it all. That's why we always say that they are not tabula rasas. They always know something.
Wow, thank you. So, John, do you get it now?
Yes, I was just trying to ask to find so that all of us will get to know that in a classroom
It can be
setting,
applied
you
to
can
all
apply this to,
levels.
yeah,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah. That's great. Thank you. So we are moving on. Now we are going to characteristics of effective learner-centered teaching. Is there a hand up? Okay. Okay.
Ibn Ham is up.
Sorry. Okay. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. He's not ready. Let's move on. So we are now going to teaching as a science. Teaching as a science. As for this, I don't want to present because as teachers, we know what teaching as a science means. So I'm going to leave it for us to. Teaching as a science. How do we understand this? Teaching as a science. Yes. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
So teaching as a science.
Yeah, I would say teaching as a science because as a teacher, before you go into classroom to teach, you need to do a lot of research. The research here is what method will suit my classrooms? What activities am I going to put in place? What are some of my TLMs that I'm going to use to facilitate my teaching and learning in the classroom? So as the teacher is doing all these things, which science also make inquiry on research. The teacher too is making a research. That is why we can say teaching is being seen as a science. That is my knowledge.
Okay, thank you, John. Yes, Sadinam.
Madam, I think teaching is considered a science because before you go to the class to teach, you have to do a bit of research. And then aside from getting the research, you have to get evidence to back whatever information you are going to give the learners in the class. And that makes teaching as a science because you know that anything considered as a science goes through certain processes. And so during the research, getting your evidence, that makes it a science.
Okay.
Madam, to add to my previous decision, teaching, to add to what I've already said, and as the teacher is planning, he will start from the known to the unknown, which make it step-by-step way of presenting his lesson. That is why teaching is considered as a science.
John, come again.
I'm saying that I want to add what I've already said. As the teacher plans his or her lesson, he will teach the lesson step by step. That is known to unknown, simplest to complex, which science also move with step by step way of approaching things. So that is why I said teaching is being considered as a science.
Okay. Yes. Lawrence. Hey, Samuel, you just joined the class.
Madam.
No, please, madam, please. I was lost in a different group.
Oh, but now you are found.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay.
Please, I would like to talk about teaching as a science,
Okay.
like how it is by the definition of science. That's before knowledge can be obtained, it requires two elements: observation and experimentation. So
Okay.
teachers to constantly collect data by observing students in order to see if learning is able to take place and how best learners can learn. In so doing, the teacher is acting or teaching in the form of science. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Ajua Sally, unmute yourself. Ajua. Ajua.
Hi, madam.
Hi.
Madam, I would say teaching as a science to promote learning.
Wow. That's amazing. Thank you, Ajua. Yes. The others. We are waiting for you. Abba Dixon, you are here. Abba, teaching as a science, how do you understand it?
Madam, please, can I talk?
Madam. Yeah. Okay, Abba, hold
Madam.
on. Okay, let Sarah speak. Abba, hold on.
Please, when we
Sarah.
say, Madam.
Yeah, you can
Please,
go
when
on.
we say teaching is a science, science uses methodology. It uses processes. As the same as teaching also uses methodology, it also uses process. So when we say science, teaching is a science, it means teaching requires methodology and a process. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Sarah, thank you so much. Abba Dixon.
Hello, madam.
Yes.
If I understand teaching as a science, I would say that method together. So as the we start teaching from the simple to the complex. So you can't go and start from the complex to the simple. That one, I think that is how science too is. We start from where it is simple, then you get to where it is complex. So that is how I understand science, teaching as a science. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Edu Emmanuel.
Hello.
Emmanuel. Yes.
Please, when you say teaching as a science, in my understanding, teaching is not done anyhow. It has to
Okay.
follow a system. So when we are teaching, madam,
Yeah, I'm listening.
we start from known to unknown. So, per my understanding, it is done in a systematic order.
Okay.
And per the definition of science, science involve what? A systematic way of what? Doing things. You do observe, it follow process and methodologies. Likewise, the teaching. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. So, Edu Emmanuel, you have this definition in mind, and you don't want to speak in my class. Okay. Meshach, true. Don't mind him. I'll be mentioning. Okay, Ni. Hey, Ni. Today I've not heard from you. What's happened?
Good morning.
Good morning. What happened? I've not heard from you today.
Madam, I also joined a different class.
Oh,
Yes.
so you are now found.
Yes, please.
Okay, let's go.
Just as my learned colleagues already said, teaching becomes a science when it involves research into the type of learners you have, how they learn, and how you can put your message across for learning to effectively take place. But then, madam, there is a bit of a question somewhere.
Okay.
When we say teaching as a science, does it only involves how you teach, or during the teaching process, doesn't it also involves the accreditation you need to have to become a teacher, to be called a teacher? Thank you.
Is there a question? The last point you gave, is there a question to ask?
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll answer your question for you.
Since we are all concentrating on how we present our lesson, or how we teach when we are already teachers, so I was trying to ask whether it could also involve the processes we go through to become teachers.
Okay. But you yourself, me, what do you think?
Madam, me, I'm confused. That's why I asked.
Okay, sure. Okay, so we'll answer your question. Yes, teaching as a science.
No.
Okay. So
yes, madam.
You two were lost.
But
now found.
You can hear from my voice. I'm not well.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
Yeah. Okay. What I have to say is why teaching is considered as a science. Teaching is considered.
Yeah, please mute yourself.
Is it teaching as a science because it is rooted in evidence-based research, as my learned colleagues has already mentioned. It is rooted in evidence-based research, again, to cognitive psychology and pedagogical data to measure and optimize learners' learning. So it involves systematic observation, testing hypotheses, as the scientists always do, analyzing data to refine instructional strategy. That's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you are welcome.
Before we go to Ni's question. Okay, Dennis.
Okay, madam. teaching is considered as science because it is data driven. It has data driven decisions. Now, after teaching, assessment is done. And then after the assessment, if you use the assessment as a feedback to know whether the teaching was done well or it wasn't done well. And this will inform your next action, whether to change your strategy or to change certain things you use involved in teaching. So once you assess and you get data or you get information to inform your next action, it 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 makes teaching as a science, or a form of science. Please, I'm done.
Thank you. Any other before we move on? Okay. So on the slide, I said teaching is considered as a science because it is guided by research-based strategies that have been proven to improve learning outcomes. Effective teaching relies teachers continuously observe learners to determine whether the learning is taking place, to understand how learners learn best. When we that's it's
Your line is breaking again.
you go and
Madam, we can't hear you. And the slides too is not showing again.
we yeah. You are you yes, get in.
And please, we can't hear from you.
You should
Hello.
Okay, sorry. So as I was saying, teaching as a science, you are going to use research-based strategies that have proven to improve. It has been already proven that it will improve the learning outcome. My learning is appropriate. When I'm going to have an assessment, a formative assessment, am I going to use questions and answers? Am I going to give a short quiz within the class? So all these things have been proven that truly this method, this way of assessment, this textbook, this teaching and learning materials are appropriate for teaching such concepts or appropriate for teaching. So when somebody asks me about a question that is it appropriate for a teacher, I don't know, but if you can help me with the question again. We are looking at teaching as a science. It means you are already a teacher, and then you're looking at things that can help or improve the learning outcome of your students. So teaching as a science, look at the evidence research-based strategies that has been proven that is going to help with the learning outcome of your learners. So as I said, you can start talking about the methods, the assessments, the teaching and learning resources that are appropriate. All these things has been already proven that, okay, let's say if you are using brainstorming will help your learners to actively engage in the class, and you are going to have a higher learning outcome. It has already been proven. So if you are using this strategy in your class, it means that it is appropriate for such topic to be, for such method to be used in teaching your topic, because research has already proven that brainstorming is appropriate. That's why doctors don't stand up to become doctors. Stomach, when you say they have a stomachache, because they've learned that paracetamol is appropriate for people who have headaches, not for people who have stomach ache or anything. Research has shown that paracetamol is appropriate for people that have headaches. So you as a teacher, if you have anything that you want to teach your learners, you look at strategies that has already been proven to help them. You don't just stand up to give them concept. Please, I saw somebody asked me a question earlier on. I want you to come out with the question again. Me, are you on the line?
Yes, please, madam.
Your question again, please.
Madam, I think that clarification has been made.
Okay, thank you. So now the next thing is that teachers continuously observe learners to determine whether learning is taking place and to understand how learners learn best. Please, how do we understand this concept, this point? Yes. Yes. How do we understand this point? Imagine.
Hello, madam.
Yes, Emmanuel.
Right.
Yes.
I think during teaching and learning, or during lesson delivery, uh, the teacher serves as a facilitator. So he
Okay.
guides the learners during teaching activities. And through that, he will be able to identify their weakness and their strength. And based on that, he can use it to take a decision on the learners on how to improve the teaching and their learnings, the teaching and the learning as learning and teaching progress. Thank you.
Thank you. So it says that teachers continuously observe learners to determine whether learning is taking place and to understand how learners learn best. So as I said, teaching as a science, talk about the method, talk about the materials that you are going to use, talk about the right assessment. Now, they have been proven, if you see that, let's say role play has been proven that if you are teaching a topic like consumer surplus, role play will be very appropriate. Now, you inculcate role play in your lesson planning. Now in the classroom, they are doing the role play. You, the teacher, you must observe if truly the students are really understanding the concept as to the strategy that you used, because not all the strategies online can fit topics. Now, if it has been proven that you can use group discussion, which helps learners to actively engage in class. And then you use group discussion in teaching consumer surplus. Now you as a teacher, you observe your learners to determine that truly, when I use the group discussion, were they getting it? Because there are lots of evidence-based, research-based strategy that has been proven, that has been proven that it will help in teaching and learn. It will help in learning. Now, you as a teacher, if you are the learners as teaching strategy or method to help you for the learners to come out with their best outcomes. Taking place, are being tested. You can test it in your classroom. Truly, when I use role play, do they get it? When I use group discussion, do they get it? When I use diamond line, do they get it? When I use role play, do they get it? So as and when you are using these strategies, you get to know the one that the learners learn best in class. That is why scientists always test their hypothesis, to see truly if this is a null hypothesis or an alternate hypothesis. So now they'll look at, oh, so when I use this strategy, my learners don't get it. Okay, then let me use a different strategy. And how do they learn best? Maybe if you use role play, they learn best. So now teachers continuously observe learners. The next thing is that classroom observation and assessment provide data that inform teaching decision and instructional adjustment. This one, I'm leaving it for us to discuss. Classroom observation and assessment provide data that inform teaching decisions and learning and instructional adjustments. How do we understand this? Yeah. Anita, how do you understand this? Anita, is Anita on the line? Anita. Okay. Dennis, can you help us?
Okay, madam. Oh, yes, because when teaching is done, you give assessment, let's say classroom exercise. And then upon the marks that the learners will get, we inform you whether teaching was duly done or you need to change your strategy. So let's say you give an exercise and most of them did not get good marks. Then the marks will inform you whether to change your strategy or to add certain strategies to what you already have, or to use different altogether in order for them to get the concept. Now, when you change your strategy and then you teach the same concept and then give exercise, and you see that this time they have done really, really well in the exercise, by most of them getting high grades, then you'll be satisfied that okay, this particular strategy really worked, and then the concept was well taught for the learners to grab. So I think it is very good that classroom observation provide data for teaching strategies to be done in the classroom.
Okay, thank you. Dennis has said it all. It's whatever that Dennis said is true. So you can put those points down. Data, classroom observation and assessment provide data that inform teaching decisions.
Hello.
Use this method. My learners got it very well. When I use this resources. Yes.
Madam, I wanted to ask whether it is only after teaching and then you ask for feedback. That's where you are able to observe. But at times when teaching and then you even look at the facial expressions of your students, you even get to know that maybe the method you are delivering is not going well with them, and then you vary as you go. But is it only when the lesson is done and then feedback is given, that's where you need to vary your method, or what? I want to get a clarification there.
Okay. So that is not Festus.
Yes, please.
Okay. Dennis, you want to speak? You can
Yes,
speak.
please. Oh no, that's not the only method. Even as you said, the facial expression of the learners will tell you that no, you have to change your strategy. Others to even the involvement of the learners, the concept that you are teaching, you can see that the children are not coming forward, they are not involving themselves in the teaching process or in the learning process. That will also inform you that no, they are not getting what you are saying, so you have to change the strategy. So it's not the only way. Thank you.
All right, Dennis, thank you so much. Because when you spoke, you limited yourself to feedback. So I wanted to know if it was only feedback. Thank you for the clarification.
Like I was giving one of the points, not all of the points, because we thought it was we are having discussions.
Okay, thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Dennis, and then Festus. Thank you for the question as well. So as they've already digested the whole point that I really wanted to say. So as I was saying, even the assessment is not only about summative assessment, we have formative assessment too as well. You know it. So you as a teacher, you should know that, oh, truly, if this strategy is helping them, truly, even when you're using the formative assessment, you could tell. You can ask some questions, and the students are like, "Madam, we didn't get the whole concept. Can you go all over again?" So you could see that truly, is this strategy really helping? I have to change it or something like that. So very true that the assessment is not only done, sometimes too. So classroom observation, as you said, their facial expressions, how they react to your engagement in the class, also play a vital role. Now, teachers experiment with different methods and strategies, evaluate their effectiveness, and refine them to enhance learning. I've already touched on that when I was speaking. That as a teacher, you use one strategy, it doesn't work, you use a different strategy so that you refine them to enhance learning. As you go on, as you move on, now you change them to fit your learners. You evaluate each of the strategy that you use, and then refine them to what fit. If you think that role play is one thing your learners could learn better, or Diamond 9 is the way that your learners learn better, now you refine on the Diamond 9, and then to help your learners get the whole concept you're teaching very well, or to enhance the learning process very well. Now, under the standard-based curriculum, teaching as a science focus on measurable learning outcome and competency development. Please, how do we understand this point? Teaching on measurable learning outcomes and competency development. Yes. Clara. Clara, how do you understand this?
Madam, please, I'm thinking about it.
Okay. Where is Esinam? Esinam. Okay, Sedinam.
So with this point, I think what it means is that you do not just teach anything because you want to teach. You teach because there are some learning outcomes that are supposed to be achieved. And those outcomes should be the ones that would guide your way of teaching. And also, you're not teaching just for the learners to pass examinations, but then you're also teaching them to help them develop certain values, certain competencies in them. And so all of these things put together makes teaching as a science. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Sarah, what do you also think about this point?
Please, I'm thinking about it.
Okay. Solomon. 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 Today you've not spoken. Hey, you've won. You've won.
Yes, madam.
Hey, today, why? What happened? You are not speaking.
Yes, I just joined. I've
You
been
are
roaming
not.
from one center to the other.
Oh, thank God
So
you are back.
yes, I just joined.
Okay. So, under the standard-based curriculum, Yvonne, mute yourself. Under the standard-based curriculum, teaching as a science focuses on measurable learning outcome. And we know the measurable learning outcomes. Earlier on, we talked about the measurable learning outcomes. As teachers, whatever that we are teaching them, it should be measured. My screen is not showing.
Yes, please. Good morning.
Is it showing now?
No, please. It's not showing.
No, please. It's still not showing. Wow.
Okay.
You said it's not showing.
The science.
It's showing
now.
Uh-huh.
Teaching us a
Okay.
science.
So please, you can mute yourself. So I said it focuses. able to define, a student should be able to state 2, a student should be able to explain 3. All these things are measurable what outcome, we can measure them. And competency development, as I said, the competency development looks at the skills they gain at the end of the class, like the problem solving, like the critical thinking. Of skill. You develop their competency in solving problems. So now they don't see problem as a problem, they see problem for them to bring out solutions. That's when they have problem solving skill. Okay, so we are moving to the next thing, which is teaching as an act. Teaching as an act. So teaching is regarded as an act because it requires teachers to bring their personality, their creativity, and their judgment into the teaching and learning process. How do we understand it? Yeah.
Hello, yeah, madam. With the teaching is regarded as an art, like for creativity, the teachers should be able to bring new ideas in the teaching concept, the topic itself, so that the learners will be able to understand what the teacher is teaching. Like should be able to blend different concepts.
Yes. Any other?
Oh,
Ernest, are you done or you were still speaking?
Hello, hello.
Samuel, unmute yourself. Samuel, unmute yourself.
Okay, Madam, thank you. Madam, so teaching as an art, I would say that as teaching as science required some strategies and some principles, the teaching as an art, on the other hand, has an open system whereby it gives room for teachers, or it requires teachers to bring themselves fully into their teaching works. Any trait, any personality, any form of creativity and judgment that they have or that is inbuilt in them can be displayed through the teaching and learning process. Thank you.
Hello, yeah, madam. Hello. Oh. Network.
Can you hear me? Okay, Ajwasali.
Okay, madam, teaching as an art is evaluating the methods and select what method will be suitable for the teacher.
Adjo, are you done?
Yes, madam. Madam, I said it's evaluating the methods of teaching and selecting what method will be suitable for the teacher to use.
Okay. Okay. That's nice. Mary. Okay, Ernest. Ernest, unmute yourself.
Madam, please, with teaching as an art, I think it deals with you, the teacher, knowing the individual differences of the child and adjusting your teaching methods to suit the individual needs of the child. That is maybe one child's individual needs. That is the teaching as an art.
Okay, thank you, Ernest.
Then please, can I?
Oh, Sarah, you can talk.
Please, when we say teaching is an act, it involves how you, the teacher, you behave, your personality, how you can be creative. Sometimes, as teachers, the learners regard us as their guardians. So when they have any issues, when they have problems, sometimes they come to us as teachers. So the way they will address the problem, the way we talk to them, and how we will be creative in our teaching field, that's what we call teaching as an act.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Sarah, you've done really well. Any other contributions before I bring mine?
Hello, yeah, madam. You can, hello.
Yeah, Ernest.
Yeah, madam, you can also say teaching as an art how deals with changing the behavior of the learners. You teaching, your teaching should be able to change the behavior of learners. That is teaching as an art.
Okay.
Madam, please, can I talk?
Oh, you can, Beatrice, you can talk.
Okay, I also understand it as a process of helping someone learn by guiding them. You take them through explanatory, explaining things to them, and then demonstrating as we've been facilitating in our various classrooms. That is how I understand it.
Okay, that's amazing. Please, what time is your break? You said
9:30.
9:20.
30.
30, okay. Please, I hope, will you go for the break or? Okay. Meshach said yes. Please, I want to see you reacting. If you react, then I know that you want to go for the break. So Dennis has reacted. React, then I would know. Okay, Samuel said no. Ebenezer said yes. Sedinam said yes. Samuel said yes. Comfort also said yes. Okay. I'm waiting, please. Okay, no one to said yes. Ernest said no. Anthony said yes. Okay, Linda, you're also saying yes. Ajua said yes. Okay. I think most of us are saying yes. So you let me touch on the teaching as an act before we go. Okay, Christiana. Okay, Richard. So teaching as an act is teaching is regarded as an act because it requires teachers to bring their personality, their creativity, and judgment into teaching and learning process. So when you say something is an act, it means that you as an individual, your personality, what are the things you believe in? What philosophy do you believe in? Do you believe in the fact that everybody has something in their mind? Do you believe in the fact that nobody has anything in their mind? Like, what is your philosophy as a person? Now, how creative are you in the class? If somebody is acting, if we say something is an act, it means something that is being created, something that is being creative. So even if you are doing role play, you can add some concept to it. You can add some different clothings. You can make the class very lively with even just the role play that somebody would do in the normal way. You as an individual, your personality will determine the method you are even going to use in the class. If you as an individual, you are very authoritative in your classroom, it will reflect. If you believe in the philosophy that, okay, everybody should sit down in my class and listen to me, your personality will reflect in the class. That's why we have teachers that in their class, nobody asks questions. Nobody contributes in their class because they believe they have a philosophy that nobody should ask them any question. As a learner, you should just sit down and listen. So your philosophy will even determine the type of teaching method that you're going to use in the class. And then your judgment, your judgment in the class. How do you assess your learners? How do you, if learners bring any issue to you, how do you assess in your class? All these are the acts, the way you go about your things in your class, the way you even ask your questions, the way you even assess your learners are all your acts as a teacher. So when we see teaching as an artist, because teachers bring their personality in the class, teachers bring their creativity and their judgment into the teaching and the learning process. So this is where I will end for us to go for our break. When we come back, we will continue and then we will finish today. We will finish with the slides before we leave. Yeah. So the break, you have how many minutes? 30 minutes or 20 minutes? Francis, how many minutes? Lawrence, how many minutes are you going on the break?
Madam, is any time from 25
Madam, please,
minutes to
it's
30
10
minutes.
minutes. 10 minutes.
Madam,
Are
like
you
10
sure?
minutes is
10
okay.
minutes.
10
Yes,
minutes. So,
please, it's 10 minutes on the timetable.
It's 10 minutes. Is it
Can we
10
please?
minutes?
Yes, please. It's
No.
10 minutes.
Yes,
So I'm
10
giving
minutes. 10
you
minutes. 10 minutes.
it's now 9:34. So 9:44 we all join. Are we good?
Okay.
Okay, so you can go on your break. It doesn't mean leave the meeting. It means that you still join, but you can still mute yourself and do your things. Those leaving.
Madam, you share the slides to us.
The slides, be taking note, the slides will come.
Hello, yeah, please, it's time. Or
Okay, so we are back. Let's continue. So as I said, the second one is the second point is that effective teachers identify and use method and strategy. I hope you can all.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay,
yeah,
how was your
madam.
break?
Please, madam, your screen is not showing.
Are you sure?
Yes, please.
It is. It is.
I
I
can
am
see it here.
presenting.
Please, I've seen it now. It's okay now.
Okay. So let's continue. Alfred, can you mute yourself? Sure. So effective teachers identify and use methods and strategies that best suit their learners. Their learners' subject matter and classroom context. And this is very true because as a teacher, you identify methods and strategies that will best suit. That is an act. You identify and use method and strategies that best suit your learners, your subject area, and your classroom context. Another one is that teachers are not standardized products. Each teacher teaches differently based on learner individual strengths and experiences. How do we understand this? Teachers are not standardized products. Each teacher teaches differently based on individual strength and experiences. How do we understand this?
Hello, madam.
Yes, you can.
Madam, please, can I say that each and every teacher has their own way of teaching? that all teachers are different. So each and everyone has their own way of teaching for learners to understand.
Thank you. Was that Clara?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you. Yes, Samuel.
Okay, madam. So this one, I will say that there's no standardized product for all teachers to follow. A method or a strategy which works for one teacher might not work for the other. So we as teachers work based on where we have the strength most or where we can teach best. That is how it is being done here, and might not work for the other teacher too as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Hello, yeah, madam. Please, each teacher changes his or her way or pedagogy in teaching. When he takes the atmosphere, the environment into consideration. So, for instance, a method that I will use in maybe a school, like maybe a private school, a renowned private school in maybe Cape Coast, will not suit a village school in maybe where I am. So the atmosphere or the environment makes the teachers to change their way of teaching. So making the teaching not to be standard for every teacher.
Wow, thank you.
Wow, thank you.
Okay. Any other idea, any other contributions? Yes, Solomon.
Okay, what I want to say is teachers are not standardized products. Means that educators, let me say, they are unique individuals with distinct teaching style. So, and also experiences and personality, rather than interchangeable uniform units. So this means that effective teaching is complex and artistic and evolving craft that cannot be reduced in a single formulaic or one-size-fits-all approach. So each and every teacher has his or her own way of teaching. That's what I want to say.
Okay, that's amazing. Thank you, Solomon. It's very true. We are all not one. We are wired differently. We had different experiences. Even in the school that we all schooled before we became teachers, the school also gave us a different level of experiences. In the classroom, there are diverse classrooms that we are going to get. Some, they have all the materials, others, they don't have all the materials. So the teacher will teach based on their own strength and experiences. So if the teacher knows that, okay, for me, this class, I know that there are a lot of teaching and learning resources here, so I can best use them. I can just use the teaching and learning resources to help my students get it better. The teacher will use that. Now, a different teacher will also think that, okay, I also work best with groups, so I rather create groups so that I will work in collaboration with those groups. That is another teacher's also way of teaching. So teaching as an act, look at the diverse ways, how people use different ways to achieve the same outcome. A different teacher can use group discussion. Someone can also use questions and answers, and they will all arrive at the same outcome. Learners understand the concept. Learners know whatever that the teacher is teaching, because on the fact that the teacher used their strength and their experiences to actively help their learners to get whatever that they want them to get in the classroom. So we are saying that all teachers are not the same. We are not standardized products. No, we are all not on the equal faces. We all teach differently based on our individual strength, and then our so that's what we've already touched on. If this strategy works for teacher A, it might not work for teacher B. If this strategy works for this classroom A, it might not work for classroom B. And that's what one of your colleagues said. He said that a strategy in a classroom, maybe let's say a Cape Coast school, like let's say Wesley Girls, they have the resources, they have all the amenities you can use. And that same student, if you go to somewhere, a village, a different school that is in a village, differently, the same class, but you cannot use that strategy there because they have differences in resources, they have differences, the classroom, even the learners as a whole. We have diverse learners in your class. And an environment that you find yourself, it will inform about the strategy that you're even going to use as a teacher in your class. The next one is that teaching strategies should therefore be adapted and modified to suit the teaching context and learners' needs. So the strategies should be adapted. You should adapt to it and modify it. That's what I was saying, that you can even use role play in a class, and how you come about the role play, it is not like the normal way people use it. If you're a teacher and then in the standard-based curriculum, you are being asked to project something, and then in that village, you don't have projection there, but we have somebody that has a printer there. You can use your laptop, you download those images, and then you go there and print it, you print them out. One, you don't have the electricity in that village to be able to project it. So what can you do? You modify it to making it in a picture form, and you illustrate it on the board. Or to say that teaching as an art, as a teacher, there is nothing like one way to teaching. We have so many ways of making your lesson very interesting. It depends on how you modify it, and then you let your learners adapt to it. And this will only happen when you know your learners, their needs. You know how they learn, you know how they take concepts. If you know your learners are not good with brainstorming, you don't go and use brainstorming in class. They will not get the concepts. So you adapt and then you modify your teaching strategy to suit your learners' need, to suit the teaching concept. Okay, the last thing is that to teach effectively, teachers must develop a personal teaching philosophy and consciously use their unique talent to support the teacher. By now, you should have a philosophy that a collaborative environment. Every learner, that's your philosophy. Someone would also say, in my class, I want every learner to be creative. I want them to come out with concepts on their own. I'm a democratic teacher. I allow students to bring out their concepts. As a teacher, by now, you should have your own philosophy, how you want your class to be. And then you consciously use their unique talent. You consciously use your unique talent to support the learning. If you're a teacher, you know how to draw, you can use it in a class. You can draw someone selling tomatoes, you can draw someone selling pepper, if you are teaching anything related to markets. So don't say that, okay, I'm not having this teaching and learning material, so I'm not teaching this concept. I'm waiting on unless the government bring this teaching and learning material before I start teaching. No, as a teacher, you should be more creative in all ways, in all angles. Okay. Teaching as a craft. How do you understand this? Teaching as a craft. Well, sorry. Teaching as a craft. Yes. Ajua Sally, are you there? Ajua Sally, are you there?
Yes, madam.
How do you understand teaching as a craft?
Madam, I would say skills actually it's a skills which is actually got through experience.
Okay. Okay. Ajua Sally, you've looked on my presentation and given me part of my what I've presented to you. Yes, Francis. Yeah, comfort. Comfort, unmute yourself.
Okay, when we say teaching as a craft, to my understanding, I think the teaching is a practical skill that is learned through training or practice.
Comfort,
Hello.
can you yes.
Please, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but can you say it again?
I said when we say teaching as a craft, to my understanding, I would say is where practical skills are learned through training.
Okay, please. Thank you. Yes. Who is a clear blessing? A clear blessing. So she's absent from the class. I'll mark her absent.
I'm here.
Ow. What's your name?
I'm Vincent.
Okay. What do you understand?
Hello. Hello.
Oh, I'm listening.
Okay, teaching as a craft. Based on my understanding, it talks about how teachers use their skills and then their knowledge that they have learned to, help or to teach for the learners to understand and get the concept that they are teaching. So teaching as a craft deals with the use of the skills that the teachers are having to teach. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah. Comfort, is your hand up?
Please no.
Okay, Samuel.
Okay, madam, please, thank you. I would also say that teaching as a craft does not only happen in schools. Like, I mean, we being in a tertiary school or teacher college, it's one way or the other starts there. But it gets so intense when we are in the field. The more we teach, the more we gain the skills, and also the more we also work on continuous professional development. Through that, we become mastery in the teaching, and it becomes a skill or a permanent craft for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. I think Solomon or someone raised their hand. Solomon.
Yeah. Yes, madam.
Okay. I'm listening.
I would also like to say teaching as a craft is like carpentry and the likes, and it focuses on learning by doing. Like you don't become a master teacher just by reading books. You get better by actually being in the classroom, making mistakes and trying again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. To my understanding. Hello.
Please, one at a time. So Noah.
To my understanding, teaching as a craft is a lifelong journey of experience that one gains as one involves in teaching for a very long time. He or she develops and improve upon his skills as he continues with the teaching process.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, Festus, you wanted to speak.
Yeah, madam. The first said that, but it's important for us to know that as teachers, we learn we whatever we are doing as a craft is what the experiences we get both on and off the classroom. The experiences we get, yes, because most of the times, whatever we do outside the classroom, as a source of guidance, as a sort of motivation for the student, are also processes in which the teacher sees as a craft. Because at times you are faced with a student who is very truant and disrespectful, but how the teacher is able to contain such students in his classroom and maybe outside the classroom, maybe when you are doing inter schools or cultural events outside, how the teacher comports himself with his or her students serves as a craft to the teacher, but not necessarily in the classroom, but outside the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Ebenezer.
Madam, I think that there is this saying that practice makes a man perfect. And so I believe that the more a teacher spends time in teaching the kids, he would develop some certain skills or which will help him in delivering his lesson, as in the methodologies that the teacher uses in teaching the kids. When I was at the JHS, I was having a teacher who had mastered in teaching to that extent that the difficult topics that we find it difficult to understand, we used to compose a song for us to sing, and through that we were able to understand the concept that he is teaching. So it has something to do with more with the experiences that teachers get as they continue to adapt different methodologies in teaching in the classroom.
Okay, please. Thank you. Okay, any other? Okay, so let me take it. So now we say teaching as a craft because it involves a set of skills that are learned and refined through experiences. So as teachers, we know that the more we teach, the more we find ourselves doing the exact same thing over and over again. Our skills are refined. So we are saying that it is not like, okay, just a day you go to class and then you feel like you are going to do everything so accurately, so nicely that your learners, everything is going to be the same. No. The more you teach, the more you gain hands-on, the more you gain diverse ways of even teaching the same concept again. So we are saying it's a craft because you will learn a through your as a teacher. One cannot leave a teacher preparation program as a finished teaching product. Teaching skill develop gradually over time. So as I'm teaching you, I cannot say that, oh, the preparation is over and right now you are going to be perfect in the classroom. No. Whatever that I'm teaching you, it will take time for you to be able to develop it better in your classroom. That's why in our various schools, we see teachers that have taught for years, those who have given themselves to learning over the years. You see that their teaching is very what? Nice, because and very interesting because they've learned on their mistakes, evolve as time goes on, and they've gained skills in even teaching difficult subjects, as one of your colleagues said. Difficult subjects in class. You see, so there are some topics that you always find it difficult to understand. But as a teacher and as an experienced teacher, you could see that you find it very easy. Teaching is complex and multi-dimensional endeavor that cannot be fully mastered within few semesters of training. It's very that's what I said. You cannot say you were a good teacher only just because you have finished the university and then you've gained your certificate. No. In the classroom, as time goes on and by, you see that you are getting, oh, okay, so role play, I can even do it in this way. Oh, okay, in the class, I can even teach this concept in this way. Oh, this topic, I can do it. So as you evolve, as you learn, as you reflect on and on, you see that everything that you are going to do in the class now, you could see that it is very interesting, very professional. You do things in accordance to how you want. Sometimes some of the teachers even forget their strategies in class, not because they are not good, but because they are yielding themselves to learning. Because as time goes on, some of them, they forget to sometimes even write their strategies down. They'll go to class, they'll finish the first strategy and they don't know what to do next. It doesn't mean you were a failure as a teacher, no. It means that you are learning. As time goes on, you become perfect at the things that you do. That's why they said the more you learn on a specific thing, the more perfect you become. So master teachers are developed through continuous classroom practice, reflection, and learning. And that's what I said. No. Strategy is better. Some of you are using think per share in class, and in reality, that's not think per share. You go to class, you'll be using your own strategy. You do one thing small, and the rest you are doing share. They will not even pay, you are sharing. We will catch you in your classrooms. Don't worry. Now, teacher education program provide the foundation for learning how to teach, rather than the complete mastery of teaching. So don't think that because you are reading education, you are reading BEd economics, you are reading social sciences, it means that you have already found, you are already there. You are already there. No. That is just the foundation. What I'm teaching you right now is just the foundation. When you go to class, that is where the whole learning process starts again for you. So now the whole learning starts when you continuously use your strategies in class, you develop yourself, you reflect on the strategies that you use, and you learn better. You learn, you relearn, and then unlearn as a teacher for you to be able to come out with the best way to teach your students. Becoming an effective and professional teacher requires continuous professional development and reflective practice. And that's what I just said. Teaching as a reflective process. How do you understand this? Teaching as I've been mentioning reflection till now. And even teaching as a craft, there was a reflection there. So teaching as a reflective process. How do you understand it? Teaching as a reflective process. Today, I want us to finish the slides before we leave. So please, let's yield ourselves. Teaching as a reflective process. I've already projected it, so you just look at it and then you read and understand it and give me how you tell us how you understand what I've projected. Yes. Oh, I've even already said it too. Ebusiafo, are you there?
Yes, please.
Aha, you've won. You understand this. So how do you understand teaching as a reflective process?
My understanding is you going over all that you did in the classroom, the outcome of what you did in the classroom.
Okay, that's good. Osai Solomon.
Okay, madam. When we say teaching as a reflective process, what I know is is a systematic approach where teachers or educators critically analyze their own instruction to improve student learning outcomes and foster their own professional growth. That's what I have to say.
Yeah, thank you.
Madam,
Yes.
please. Madam, please, how do we analyze our teaching strategy, as my brother was saying?
Francis.
How would the teacher analyze it? Hello, madam.
Yeah, Francis, speak. You can speak.
Please, I was asking a question about what my brother just said. He
Okay.
said
Okay, what
the
did you say?
teacher analyze something. So I was asking how would the teacher analyze it?
Okay.
Hello, madam.
Yes, please.
By asking yourself questions whether learners understood what you taught, which part of your teaching was good and others. Yes. In that way you analyze. Yeah.
Okay, madam, please, I want to add a little to what you said. So, reading from your slides, like continuously think about and evaluate their teaching practice. So here, it will be at the end of the teaching, or it will be in a summative form. Let's assume by the end of you teaching, the outcome that came, it wasn't good. So here, the teacher, you will think maybe it's from the method that we used to teach. So here, it will help you think about your teaching strategy that you use in teaching. Then after that, you evaluate it. For example, at the end of the term or when your class they went and write their BEC and the results came and it was like they all fail your subject. So here the teacher will think, what was the cause or what happened that made the student fail my subject? So here the teacher reflects on the results that have come. Then after that, the teacher will evaluate. Maybe the method that the teacher used to teach that particular year group wasn't good. So here, the teacher will think and change the teaching strategy that he or she used to teach so that you will get the better result that you want. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ebenezer.
Hello?
Yeah, Ibrahim. Do you want to
Yes.
speak?
Yes, madam.
Okay. Go on.
To me, I believe teaching as a reflective process, it means that as a teacher, you need to think carefully and then about during your teaching practice so that you evaluate and improve upon what you are supposed to do during maybe for your future teaching. As a teacher, you think carefully during your teaching practices and evaluate or reflect what you have done wrong, what you have done right, so that you will improve upon your teaching future. To me, I think that is what I. Hello?
Yeah, Ibrahim. Yeah, I'm listening to you.
I'm saying that teaching as a reflective process will mean that as a teacher, you need to think carefully and reflect upon the teaching practices in order to improve upon your teaching in future.
Okay, that's good. Ibrahim. Talk still time. John. Teacher. Flick. Do
Madam, please, your line is breaking. I can't hear you.
how now you flick. That how the
Yeah, hello. Please can somebody hear me?
Yes, please, Lawrence, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. I thought it was my network.
This one is coming from Madam. We can't hear her. And the line was big.
Please, she's joining. Hello. Hello. Please, can anybody hear me?
Yeah, Lawrence, we can hear you.
Yes, so
Okay. Please, she will join
small
very
one.
soon. She's having a network.
Lawrence, as it
Okay.
stands, just tell us, make you forward the slide to me, the bag, because at times this semester, they go well. All the lectures, it's
Please, are
just
we
like
done?
everybody.
I know we don't.
Please, are we done?
No, we are not done. She's having a network issue. She will join very soon. Please, let's exercise it. I'll
Okay. Okay, there goes. Right. Hindi biya yan po yun. Hindi mo po yun. Comment siya mali.
Hello.
I don't know whether the network is not good at all.
Yes, I'm back. Sorry. So let's continue. So as I said, that the reflection, teachers reflect before teaching, during teaching, and after teaching. Now, through reflection, teachers identify learners' strengths, challenges, and learning needs. And this is very true. Through reflection, you could see learners' strength where they were able to do much, where they had challenges, and then where they need very most. You as a teacher, reflection will help you know. Hello, please mute yourself. You as a teacher, through reflection, you could see where your learners their needs are. If you're a teacher and you don't reflect, it means I don't know what you are doing, because reflection will help you for you to adjust your strategies, help you to know your learners very well, help you to know your learners' strength and then their challenges. So you as a teacher, through reflection, you could see your learners' strength, their challenges, and their learning needs. Now, reflective teaching enables teacher to modify methods, strategies, resources to improve learning outcome. And that is what I just said. Under the standard-based curriculum, reflective practices support learner-centered teaching and competency development. And this is very true, because as the more you reflect, as the more that you help your learners very much, which is now you let them participate fully in the class, because you could see that if you as a teacher, you see that most learners participate actively when you use group discussions, when you use role play, when you use all these methods. Now you will help, you want your learners to actively engage in the class. And we all know that in the class, learners want to feel involved. They just don't want to be left aside. They always want to feel involved. So reflective practices help you to improve your learning styles, your teaching style, sorry, which is you become much more learner-centered. And then it helps you to even build your competency, the competencies we want to see in learners, and even you as a teacher as a whole. So through reflective practices, all these competencies that we know will be built. It is not just going to be a teacher-centered, but a learner-centered one. Now, we are now moving to characteristics of effective learner-centered teaching. Any country? Okay, then let's move on. First, characteristics of effective learner-centered teaching. Teaching is an interactive process involving active engagement between teachers and learners. I think we've spoken about this already. So I want somebody to just say something small about this. No, just something small. Teaching is an interactive process involve active engagement between teachers and learners. Characteristics of effective learner-centered teaching. Yes. Angelina Usu. And
Hello, madam.
yes, how do you understand this point?
Teaching be interactive. That is, it shouldn't be the teacher-centered. It should be learner-centered, whereby the teacher and the learners, they interact, communicate effectively, so that the learners also can share their ideas for effective learning and teaching.
Okay. Thank you. Beauty. 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 Okay, so it means beauty is absent in my class. Christiana.
Madam,
Yeah,
Madam,
Mary.
please can I?
Oh, you can.
Okay. Teaching is an interactive process. If you as a teacher, you are in class and you allow your students to also communicate, bring out their ideas. Sometimes there are some of the things teachers even teach. You might not have many ideas or more understanding, but a student could tell you something that will also help you learn something through that. So if they engage in the lesson, it's very important, and it helps them also to understand it more. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary, you've done really well. Thank you. Thank you. Anthony Bafo. Anthony. So Anthony T is absent from this class. Okay. So teaching is an interactive. Anthony.
That is why. Please, I'm in a car going to Kumasi. That is why.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, don't worry. It's okay. You've spoken.
Hello, madam.
Yeah,
Hello.
Alfred.
Yeah, madam, please. Teaching is an interactive process. That is when learners are able to manipulate with the teaching resources, that's the TLMs. If they are able to manipulate with the resources which are given by the teacher, and they are able to give out feedbacks on the effect or the importance of that or the outcome, let me put it that way, the outcome of the results or the findings they made using the resources. So they are able to see the real, they are able to come out with the real findings, and that it is not like the teacher is telling them. They are finding it through the TLMs.
Okay. Thank you. Any other? Okay, so teaching is an interactive process, involves Samuel.
Okay, madam. In this section, both learners and teachers are seen to be agents of knowledge. So they are all allowed to play in the teaching and learning process, which makes it so effective through interaction. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So teaching is an interactive process, involving active engagement. Christiana, can you mute yourself? Active engagement between teachers and learners. When we say something is interactive, it means something a process that involves two parties. Everybody's contributing. It's not about one person doing the whole thing. So if we are saying we are listing some characteristics of effective learner-centered teaching, it is an interactive process where both learners and teachers are actively involved in the teaching and learning process. Nobody is passive. Everyone in the class is very active. Now, teaching integrates both scientific and artistic elements, combining research So we talked about the methods that you're going to use, and the art part is how you do them in the class. So the science is the methods that you use, but in the class, you, the teacher, how you do it shows your artistic element. Effective communication to promote understanding and participation. This point is self-explanatory, which is, if you're a teacher, communication is based on understanding, and communication is between two or more people. So as a teacher, if you want your lesson to be a effective learner-centered teaching, please mute yourself. Effective learner-centered teaching, you should emphasize on effective communication, which is you, the teacher, and the learner. There should be constructive feedbacks. Williams, mute yourself. Williams, mute yourself. Thank you. There should be constructive feedback from the learners, and the teacher, you must adjust, because their communication to you will show that truly if they are really getting whatever that you are teaching them, or if they really understand whatever they are teaching them. And then your communication to them as a teacher will help them participate in the class. Okay, teaching is goal-oriented, guided by clearly defined learning outcome and competencies. And I think we've touched on this point when we're talking about the measurable learning outcomes. We talked about it. So teaching is goal-oriented. You are fixed on whatever that you want to get. It is measurable, and then it is defined by clear learning outcomes and competencies. And I've touched on this in our earlier discussion. Now, teaching is planned, systematic activity involving careful selection of objectives, methods, and then assessment strategies. If you quite remember the first last week, the first thing I talked about is that teaching is not just something that you just turn out to go to class that I'm going to teach. No, you have to plan it, and then it's very systematic. You don't go and teach effects of, let's say, land degradation before you come to the meaning of land degradation. No, it's not done like that. It is planned, and it has a systematic activity. You engage in a systematic activity. It should follow in order. You don't mix things together. You carefully select your objectives, you carefully select your methods, and then your assessment strategies. These three things are key when you are planning your lesson, and when you are also implementing it in your class. You should be clear about your objectives. You should be clear about the method you want to use, and you should be very clear about your assessment that you want to use in the class. Now, the last thing is that teaching focuses on guiding and facilitating learning rather than dictating information to learners. If you want to have effective learner-centered teaching, the teacher, you should just be a guider. That's what they say, teaching focuses on guiding. So in the context of you, the teacher, you just be a guider or a facilitator. That helps in the learning, but you don't dictate information to the learners. You don't become the person, the only person that has the sole knowledge about what you are going to teach. No, you just guide them. You just facilitate the learners in the class. If you want to have effective learner-centered teaching, and that is what we emphasize in the standard-based curriculum. Teachers are seen as guiders or facilitators in the class. They are not the authoritarians, or teachers are not the authoritative type. You are just there to guide learners. You are just there to facilitate the learning process. And that's one thing that you should put in mind.
But madam, please, I have a question.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
See, sometimes to maybe treating a new topic which students don't have any idea about it, you need to maybe start from like giving a whole gist about it before you guide them on to do it on their own. or is it that is that one too? Okay.
Yes, then that's what you said. I just
Treating
said
a
that.
new topic which students don't have any idea. For instance, maybe SHS, when you have no idea on it. So maybe for example, you have to maybe take the teacher centered. Then later, then you allow student apply the learner centered.
Okay, if I get you right, Ernest, can you mute yourself for me? Okay. So Ernest, what you are saying is still learner-centered, but the teacher is guiding. So if you are guiding, it doesn't mean you don't have anything to say. That's why I said both learners and teachers are active participants in the class. They are active participants in the class. It's an active process. So if you are going to teach a new topic and your learners don't have any idea, and you start by gisting them about the whole concept that you want them to get, and you allow them to flow from there, it's still learner-centered because you are just guiding them. That is not teacher-centered. A teacher-centered teaching is that you go to the class, you will do the whole talking from the introduction to the end, and the only way the learner will come in is when the learner has a question to ask in the class. That's all. The learner does not have any input in the class, and that is when we say the learner have a little level of participation. That's when the learner wants to ask a question in the class. As to what you are saying, is still a learner-centered teaching. So the teacher is just there to guide the learner. And as he said, initially the teacher will teach the learner about what they are supposed to do, and later on leave it for the learner. It's still guidance. It's still facilitating. So even in the learner center, the teacher is not passive. The teacher is very active in the lesson. Do you get it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, madam.
You're welcome. So we are moving on to the next one. We have a lot of them. There are lots of the characteristics. There are lots. He said teaching is democratic, allowing learners to the holistic development, the cognitive, the social, emotional, and then moral growth. Any question? Okay. And then,
hello.
Yes, please.
Madam,
Christiana.
Yes, please. Good afternoon. Good morning, rather. Sorry.
Good morning.
Madam, please, can we say role play is
Yes.
one of the tools we can use it for teaching and learning?
Yes. Role play is a method that you can help to let learners actively engage in the lesson. So, Christiana, is very true.
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're welcome. So you said teaching stimulates thinking, self-directed learning rather than rote memorization. And we talked about this in our previous lessons. So you see that all these things talked about learner-centered teaching. So another one is that teaching promotes continuous improvement with teachers reflecting on practices to enhance effectiveness. So that's what I said. Teaching promotes continuous improvement. That's when we talked about teaching as a craft. As a reflective process. So the more you reflect, the more you continuously change your ways of teaching, the more you become perfect at what you do. Yeah. So all these points, there were lots that if time permits us, there were lots of points that some of you even have that are not on my slide. There are a lot of them characteristics. I want us to say about 3 of them, then we go. Not what I projected. Some of the characteristics you think they can be part of the learner-centered teaching as a teacher? As a teacher, some of the characteristics of effective learner-centered teaching. I want just 3 points, and then we move on. Nobody is speaking. So, okay, Samuel.
Please, I can also say that effective teaching is dominated by the skill of communication.
Thank you, Samuel. Thank
Hello,
you.
madam.
Yeah, Noah.
I also want to say that effective learner-centered teaching improves critical thinking skills in learners. Hello?
Yes.
I said it
Are you done?
improves critical thinking in learners.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I think those 2 points, I know you know most of the points, so.
Hello, madam.
It's part of the characteristics of learner-centered teaching. So now let's go to the relationship between teaching, learning, and instruction. So teaching, learning, and instruction are closely related but distinct concepts. Teaching refers to the planned activities carried out by the teacher. Instruction refers to the methods, strategies, and processes used during the teaching. Learning refers to the internal change that occurs in the learner. How do we understand these 3 concepts? I've already projected it so you know what I'm talking about. How do we understand this? Nobody is speaking. Okay, so teaching refers to a planned activities. As I said, teaching is a planned initiative. Lawrence, I'll call you, okay? Okay, Lawrence, you can speak. Unmute yourself. Lawrence, unmute yourself. Yeah.
Thank you, madam. Please, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me? So,
Yes, please, we can hear you.
teaching, learning, and instructions are related but distinct concept. Means that teaching, learning, and instruction are interrelated. One takes place for the other to also take place, and before the other takes place, one has to take place. But they are different concepts altogether. So in this case, we say teaching is what I, being a teacher, intend to teach, intend to deliver to learners. And then the instructions in this case also is what I'm going to talk about, how I am going to deliver, and then what I will do to assess learners and evaluation, all the processes that involve in order for me to get from my learners that entails the instructions. And then learning, as we talk about here, is internal change. As we all know that the end product of education is change in behavior. So as I deliver, and then these learners get it and apply it, so there is going to be a little bit of change from what they know from what they know. Yes, they knew something, but now because they've learned something, they are going to know different thing altogether. So there's going to be a little bit change of thoughts. Currently, right now, I have realized that there is a massive difference between teaching as a science and art. At first, I didn't know, but now I know. So whatever that I'm going to do as a teacher, there's going to be a little bit change in whatever that I taught at first. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Samuel.
Okay, madam. As Lawrence, as Lawrence said, they are interrelated, or I will also say they are interwoven as one word. That is teaching, which is about the planned activities which the teacher is to display for knowledge to be transferred from the teacher to learners. Through that, there's an instruction. That's the method strategies. And on that stage or that stage, teachers tell or instruct learners what to do and what not to do. And as a result, it leads to an internal change. That is when learning takes place. Thank you, please.
Thank you. It's very true. Thank you. So it's true. Teaching, instruction, and learning is a three different concepts altogether. Now, teaching refers to the planned activities carried out by the teacher. Instruction refers to the method, the strategies, and the process the teachers use in delivering those concepts that he wants them to get. He or she wants them to get. Learning refers to the internal change, the change of ideology. See, learners come to class with a lot of ideology. So you, the teacher, a change in their ideology refers to learning. You don't go to class and come the same. Even if you know it, there should be an addition of information given to the learner as well. So please take note of these three definitions: teaching, instruction, and then learning. And then in competency-based education, the effectiveness of teaching and instruction is judged by the learning outcome and the competencies achieved. So as I said, the learning outcome, the measurable learning outcome, as I said, and then the competencies. Yes, Lawrence, you can't hear me.
Madam, I can hear you, but it's 11:01 now. And we have to prepare for another class after this.
Oh, it's time.
Thank you. Yes,
Hey,
please.
then please let me give you reading assignment. So you read on the, I think I've already said this. So you read on the relationship in competency-based education. Teacher as a facilitator of learning. Please take notes before you join the different class. Please take notes. Relationship in competency-based education. You read on teacher as a facilitator of learning. You also read as teacher as a learning designer. And then the next one is teacher as an assessor of learning. Then you read on promoting critical thinking, collaboration, and problem solving under the standard-based curriculum. Yeah, so these are the things I want you to read on. So next week that we are going to meet, we've really kept long on this slides. It's just 35, 34. We've really kept long. So I'll use the first 20 minutes to touch on these things, then we move to unit 2. Please read on them.
Hello, madam.
Can you hear me?
Hello. Madam, can we please get access to the slides?
Please, that's why I'm encouraging you to be taking notes. But I said go and read. So it means make your own inquiry. When the time is up, I'll give you the slides, but not now. So go out and then inquire more on the topics that I'm giving to you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Read on them. Yeah. I hope you've all gotten the topics that I gave to you.
No, madam.
Hello,
You didn't
madam.
get.
Madam, I think the slides will help in our reading.
You said
Madam,
you didn't get. Yes.
madam, we've gotten what you are saying, but madam, the slides will aid us in our reading, and we don't have time to. This is our second meeting, and next week will be our third meeting. So if you can give us the slide, then we do other research on it. We beg you. We beg you.
Be taking note. But for now, the slides wouldn't be given out for now. So please read as a teacher. You know that sometimes you don't give materials to your learners initially, not because you just want to keep it, but because it's a collaborative teaching. You know that you have other classes as well. So please, I'm trying to say that I will give you the slides, but what if I give you the slides and you present the same thing to me? No. That's why I'm giving you the topics. You just go and read on those topics. Just go and make your own research. And then when you come, we'll talk about it. Are we good on that? Are we good on that?
Madam. Madam.
Yes, please.
Hello.
I can hear you clearly.
Please, we are good. We are good on that.
Okay, thank you.
Please,
Yeah,
madam, I didn't get all the
I said that read on this topic. So did you get the topics I gave to you?
No,
Not
please.
all, madam.
Okay, so let's start and then. So I said read on the relationship in competency-based education. Can you see my screen?
Yes,
Yes,
madam.
madam.
So the topic there, relationship in competency-based education. Okay. I'm moving to the next one. Teacher as a facilitator of learning. A teacher as a facilitator of learning. Teacher as a learning designer. Teacher as an assessor of learning. And then the last thing is promoting critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and problem solving under the standard-based curriculum. Do you now get it?
Yes, madam.
Okay. So you have a nice day. Do you have a group? Do you have a group?
No, please, we don't have a group.
Wow.
Madam, we are
Now
having
you should create a group so that.
We have groups for different centers.
Okay, so for the online center, you have one group.
No, please. The online center is not only one center. We have different centers.
I know,
Also,
Pastor.
the online center, we don't have one group, please.
So this teaching economics, do you have a group?
One group.
No, please.
No.
No, we don't have a group. We don't have a group for this course, madam. But we have our various groups where informations are shared among us. Hello.
Can
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, madam. Colleagues, I think the class is over.
I think so because it does appear Madam is no longer with us.
All right, so
And, Dr. Pate will be meeting us on macroeconomics, so please let's prepare for it.
what
What time,
time?
please? Mr. Bua, what time?
Should be at 12.
11, 11:50. 11:40 or 11:50.
Hey, let me come here. Connecto il titolo con nessuno. Non la mafia pa con it. Otherwise, you will not stop going. This time, the first thing we bought was the ice chest. Okay, everyone. It's a lie. Yes. Who asked you to go there? Will you go there again? 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 Omar is okay. Omar is okay. Eh? Come on, go inside. Go inside. Go inside. Go. Oh, hey, hey, hey. Clear loose. Sleep, sleep. Hey, let me sleep like this. Sleep like this. There. Okay, I will not know me. The king will come then you hear.
Yes. Good afternoon. Everything. Yeah, I look at it. Eke mabasla, wala bila mabasla. Watu wanetujui kwamba ya timu. Eke ni fine. Jua ya kage meni api. Jua ya jari ya papi. Yo, 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 yo. Unajua kitu mimi hapa kulioni. Wapo.
Huyu kwenye pale.
La, wewe kike tu.
Nashtuka.
Yote ni kitu kwa ya.
Umeanza zote. Umeanza. Yuko ndani.
Atensa di po. Kaya hindi po pa. Pa. Hindi na si po. Lari dala si kasi ang kita. Ya feeling it. You feel me? Yeah,
Pio afiesi ofochu kanate. Inente no just squad biomo. No, no.
Maybe somebody might take it. Why not take it? That's fine. I don't think you have to do okay, thank you.